Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. Let's put in this hover effect, but it kind of actually changes too fast. So I think I actually want to do this when you stop for, a second or something. Oh, interesting. We're behind the. Yeah, I'm trying canceling that. We kind of want that on top, but I might need to move this up just a little bit so that border doesn't get cut off. Well, it's kind of almost a nice lighting effect. I don't know if anything else really has lighting here, though. Where we position you. Is this a padding? Wow, it went footer size times 2. Oh, that's an int, isn't it? So we can only do times 3. Unless we like to float and multiply and back. Is footer size a thing that gets rounded? It's like reset would be almost too much. So we can also just do. That's probably not enough. Yep, definitely not enough. Are you sure roulette reloaded? That's a big jump from 1 to 2. Oh, you know what? This is probably like font size plus padding. Now, I guess there's the slightly more brute force size of this. Or side of this. Which is times 2 plus something. Which gets us above the line. So I was thinking about, as far as hover detection, there's lots of games you can play with timing with the timers. Well, it's actually a time thing. Actually, this is not a time thing. I don't think I can send any messages either. It's like, where would a task return a command? Yeah, it says if task 1 makes a long HTTP request, but the point, I guess if it was a post request, but if you need to return a value, you're not going to get a value because it returns the ID of the process. So I don't know. Spawning in a bunch of different tasks running different processes, indicate their progress. Yeah, but you can't get anything in or out. You can sleep. And I know I've used that to delay sending of messages. How do we start that? Is it task? Do we need a time? No, I wanted to sleep for a certain amount of time. Task dot succeed, nothing. So I guess I always thought of tasks as like the asynchronous parts. That gives us a command. So we succeed, sleep, perform. We have no way to cancel that. Well, if it was a process, we could kill it. A spawn is a task. Oh, which actually means you have to perform a spawn to do it. Okay, that's a general definition. So I've used this to delay stuff. I don't know if it's actually, like, if it actually doesn't stop the process. It's not going to be a separate process. So doing a spawn ultimately results in an ID. Could we do something with the task chains? To capture the intermediate value? Or the intermediate result? Well, no, because the result itself only comes through the... Is that kind of a way to combine tasks? Yes, that's a task you could perform. There's a sequence. Returns a list. But that wouldn't give you the result of one. Well, it depends on how it treats tasks as objects. Because what if you had like HTTP request and then, that was the performing it in this thread. If it was, I don't think it would actually separate it. Transform. There is a map too. But that would still kind of put the original task into the same thread. So it's succeed, sleep, perform that, and I guess we would encode the current hover target. I mean, this potentially queues up a task for every mouse over we get. Well, we'd probably keep the current hover over, and we'd only do that when it changed. So we've got the last spoons. This is all for the animation stuff. So we can try to track that. So fade's a time message. That's not really going to deal with it. On mouse move. This is for an actual selection. I mean, which kind of would imply we're over there, but... This actually does imply a exit. That selection again. If we just set a timer when that changed. We don't know if it changes there. We can find out though. Okay, we've got task. Don't have process yet. Unless that's part of, let's see, well, if we're using it, we should probably import it, even though that might be by default. So let's say sleep, float. No, you just return a task. So does she just perform you? I don't know what I don't know what my sleep time needs to be. This really can't fail. And I'll need a message for you. Now here, a message. We actually have nothing here. I could have to take unit, but that seems kind of silly. Now we're going to put the ID in there. We would really want also we don't want to bother doing this. If it's not into there. But you actually are a maybe. So I want to adjust this then. So we can get the actual ID in there. So I would have her hold you for nothing. I mean, that does make it directly comparable with Hover Boon then again. So yes, I still don't necessarily want to trigger this timer on the nothings. Now it's going to complain that we don't handle that message. I mean, I could really just throw you out. Yeah, we're just never going to get it. Here the over. If it is still equal to moder.hoverboon, else I think nothing. And this actually is going to end up replacing this. Oh. I guess we go back to hit there. Alright, so not super spammy. Probably want that to be not quite so long of a... Oh. Well, that changed. All right, because these are still immediate. I need to do the same system there. What's up with you? Okay. We got a bunch of them. Okay, so you got multiples too. What? Just rebounding Athena cast. Why didn't you update? Oh, that's messy. I don't know if it's going to be practical to debug this with the mouse moves. Oh god, all text reloads. Oh no, that's the beginning. Okay, so there's my hover held. Is this before or after? Our distribution true, so it must be after. Rebounding. Oh, okay, so we don't update this. We don't update the animation information for this. But isn't that supposed to take care of itself? Like, we swapped this out of something that just set description and it was fine. Oh. Model.description boon, not equal to nothing. Or description boon equals nothing. Right, there was no intermediate time where it faded out. And it moves over in fade. Oh, we do need to do something on nothing then. It's like I pause over here, moving off should still clear it. But if it is equal to nothing, probably we want to just clear it right away. And then this drops down to just you. And we would immediately clear description boon. Okay, so this is way too long. Okay, that is enough to cut down on some of this. We're setting off a lot of timers here, but I don't know, any way to make that cancelable. And we're not currently running that for this stuff. We could almost allow more fade in time, since it's not going to be spamming. All right, now you're a specific message, aren't you? Not select slot. Entree enter. Which actually kind of distinguishes this as hit, no hit thing. Although putting the maybe in here is starting to look possibly not as useful. And then entree leave is exactly that, so that's fine. All right, that's getting a little bit distracting. All right, so, should it just appear, or do we want... We want more fade in time. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this wouldn't look good. Now, admittedly, we're not going to have the flashiness of rollover now because we put the hover in. Did that actually reload? Yeah, you can still switch immediately if you actually go to there. Yeah, that's too slow. Hmm. I guess to make it really smooth, I need to have two copies: one that's going in, one that's coming in, one that's going out. I don't know if I want to deal with that. It basically has to be two full animations. And maybe even more than two. So that's not bad. These can change over pretty quick. So that was actually not too bad. Code's a lot longer. Oh, and we want to... Then you're like, yeah, would you be putting the justs here if they weren't there? Uh, this is an adjust case, so we could pull the ID out. Which I guess is better from a modeling perspective since we don't want the maybes in there. So you're still hit. You're still hit. And you still have to do adjust, and you still have to do adjust. It's only really this that makes a difference here. Ooh, yeah, we don't define anything. We never define anything for these. Oh. Is this getting overridden by the hover system? Ooh, there's a little bit of white down here. Oh, that might actually be covered up by this. Why aren't you happening? I might just need to hook up this specific message. Which is what? All the UI messages. On wheel. Select slot. That would be a kind of select slot, wouldn't it? We don't have a special thing for soul. Update derived status. Description boon. Oh, this is a thing where we don't have the intermediate state. So basically this fade thing. This thing. Needs another condition. And it'll be an instant change, but oh well. Alright, are you still behind in everything else? Seems so. No hover on that. Update displayed boon. Even with no intermediate state. Alright. Oop. So how much trouble are we in here? Okay. So that positioning is... Oh. Okay. So that's... This is just an unfortunate screen size. And the only other thing I could do is I could scope it to not show everything. Okay, so I have to react to touch events separately. Well, that could be good. That will give us some indication of what kind of interaction mode we're in. We're scrolling two things at once here. No. Oh, that's a hold for menu, I guess. That's a weird reset position. Oh, can I not even click things? No, I can click things. Oops. Except I can't click things? Right, we can't drag. Man, on these really tall things, I almost want to say you'd want to like flip this around and put it someplace else. Actually, one of the things I was concerned about was this. But so far, it hasn't been a problem. So far, it fits. And this hasn't been a problem either, amazingly enough. Now, I wonder if I'm not getting the good scaling mode here. No, index. Actually, no, we're not. We don't have the right. So it's downscaling it, which kind of works, but also makes this illegibly small. And imagine if this was actually a phone display. So I guess for me, this might actually, because I think these might be largish phones, might be close to realistic size. Yeah, now you see, that's a little bit different. And this is, well, maybe the touch events is actually a bigger problem. Eh, fine place to keep it, I guess. Oh, so it's either confused the browser or it's like still seeing that it's there. Okay, it's confused the browser. I saw him at attack, I swear. Uh, do we have separate events for this? So there might be some Elm browser. No, you don't. There might be some Elm UI. No, you don't. There might be some Elm canvas. You don't even have... What am I doing then? Events. HTML events, which you don't. Oh? Okay. There might be some packages. Must events around touch events. Please read the upgrade notes. HTML events.extra.touch. Which means you depend on an extra library. Which means there's like an HTML extra that has and fingers move, on pinch, on rotate. Come together. Okay. And we could technically do rotate here. Can be used with events.extra. Okay, so helpers for targets. Okay, this is a different extra apparently. There's too many. There's too many extras. No. Elm. Oh, That one's based on pointer events. Okay, events.extra. Okay. On end on cancel. So that is basically for like pinch detection? So are you like doing this internally? What, I get to these? Okay, you were from there. You've got an internal. Okay, so we need instructions on how to, if there's a model, we have to know how to use a model. Current touches, previous touches. Yes, I don't know. Maybe we're getting wheel events and not, maybe I should try, see if there's a way to do pinch events on the emulator. Okay, so that would actually give us pinch. It's built on top of this, which, I mean, this is probably stuff that we could, this stuff we could implement. Zoom might be a bigger pain. Now, didn't I have to do... No, okay. So I did wheel, but it was just the same thing this is going to do. Okay, key modifiers. Special buttons. I don't know why we need... maybe it's a different event type. Oh, apparently there's extra events there. So that probably means the basic touch events are something we could just define ourselves. I'm particularly bothered by this one, though. Is that because of you? Oh, well, that confused it. Actually, that really confused it. Oh, because we went to responsive mode. Uh... Oh, actually, that's not going to do anything. Actually, oh, this never reset position. I don't know if I... Well, I get... No, this would reset position. did I? Yeah, I lost you. So you do need a model. Creates an element that responds to touch events. That might be inconvenient. I guess we only kind of do need one thing that is going to be our canvas, which has so far taken all of its events specifically. A touch dot message to a message. Well, I guess that would just kind of be this. What are we attaching these to? Now you see, this is being attached to a canvas. And the type is internal. Listener. What? What can you do with a listener? Are these like exposed but not useful? Creates a command to trigger listeners. You should see this example. Touch model, I guess is like just stuff he's displaying about it. Oh, touch dot init model. we do listeners. Hmm. The browser's doing anything for this? Pointer events. Same handler for pointer, semantics with events, and setup are the same. Is your invoker a pointer move event? Oh, these pointer events are different. So I guess that might be how the underlying touch detection works. I mean, ev cache. Okay, so this is tracking the positions of each individual pointer. Hmm. Okay, so that's the example. I guess it was just the example. No, you're actually using touch events. And it's going to be the same idea. Identifier. Unpinch, unrotate. Config.listeners. Oh, on move fingers. Interesting. Unfortunately, I don't know if I can use this. You're just lazy? Oh, but what's L? Internal.atters. Customers is an argument. Let's say message internal.atters. Message wrapper. Well, that's just But adventitor is an internal thing. I mean, I guess the thing you'd have to do is you'd have to wrap another element around the canvas. That would just be there to receive those events. Or maybe you'd like do all the events there. Because we've got the attributes we pass down. Which are some style things which the parent element might have to have the height and width. But the ID can only be on one of them. So now we have to pass down like two sets of attributes? Like, maybe like size attributes and ID? At which point they just become things in the structure rather than... Well, I mean, the ID could... I mean, I guess this is kind of arbitrary stuff, but it has to be clear that it's like size stuff that applies to both of them. And I guess I could actually wrap this outside. We are technically in LMUI here. So I could do LMUI like fill, I think. And I would just attach the... I mean, does that mean you could, in theory, attach all of these events outside of the actual thing? Now, these are specific types of events. Well, it's testable. Does that work? Oop, wrong window. Without parentheses, so no, that does not save me any parentheses. Oh, because we have two HTML over here. Okay. So first of all, what is the immediate impact of that layout? Okay. Actually, nothing so far. Usually I have to fill this stuff all the way up. I guess you just kind of have an absolute size that's this big. I mean, this is model stuff. I mean, yeah, model.drag, same thing. Did mouse decoder end up in here? Kind of. Oh, and guess what? These are probably all... Which events are you? Okay, so you're actually doing straight HTML events. Which means that all has to be... Oh, because this was an HTML. Would it be easier? Because those are all going to be HTML only. Alright, you need to be a list now. Hey, Dumbledore. That doesn't seem to affect anything, strangely enough. Which actually means we could reverse this. I mean, it'd kind of put stuff at the bottom. But it could have just gone in here. And we're going to have to import a whole bunch of stuff to do this here. Well, I had, it's going to have to be some inlining to an extent. Do I even have decode in here? I didn't have events. Oh. That wasn't exposing. You just had events done on, I think. Cannot find events.on. As events. Have I done pagination? Do you mean API pagination? Or your app is paginating things visually? I think I've used one paginated API. I don't know if I've actually paginated anything. So I think the Able Gamers app just kind of showed everything. The map doesn't really paginate. It just either limits the results, it just mostly just limits the results or shows everything. API pagination. Okay, so it's going to depend on the API a little bit. So you might have to point me at the API of interest. But I do have it's like I haven't put it in the published package, but I have an experiment that's working pretty nice in the Twitch API. Well, actually, it's in a user of the Twitch API right now, so let's remember which one I did that in. Let's see, hosting clips. I don't remember which one it is. Pat, okay, so it's not you. Hostable. It'd be to Twitch, not DMI. Probably into Twitch anyway. Okay, so it's not hostable. Maybe it was stream credits for potentially all of the subscribers. That's TMI. Okay, yes, I put it in Twitch. So in Twitch, what you get is a response will give you a cursor, which is like, okay, here's what you pass for the next thing, which I guess would be pretty similar to an offset. You might be able to get away with a similar thing if your API has offset. And then I'm mostly managing this myself right now. All right, so actually probably want to go. This is source. Actually we'll probably both of these. Paginated. Okay, so there's pagination itself. Map 2 paginated. Okay, well that's the wrapper. So what it lets you to do is it say, okay, so the response normally would have been, and this is once again, it's a little bit down to the structure of your responses, which I guess we should probably look that up. Dev.twitch.tv? I have a very small window, which makes this a little bit, okay, it's not the right contents. Reference, actually, this might not be reference. This might be a subtopic. Introduction guide? Rate limits, authentication, no. Well, I guess if we look at any of the individual APIs, it will probably have that in it. So we were using this with like subscriptions. New APIs, event sub, we're gonna have a lot of subscriptions. Get broadcaster subscriptions. So they have a top level object with a data and a pagination with the cursor. So this is kind of this in this API, although I guess with the decoder you could probably dig down and find out wherever it is, but it is kind of a separate thing that's kind of semi-universal. So that's why this kind of works. We say we have a decoder that's going to go in and get whatever out of here. And then we're going to wrap it in a thing that also has this cursor value, and then the paginated will go in and get that out. And then, this will kind of wrap it up. So if we go down here, we get paginated. Here's your cursor, and then here's everything you would have gotten out of it. So we deal with that as is, and then if where did cursor go? Is empty or cursor equals nothing. Ah, no, it's the last argument though. I didn't see it. And we just pass that down to our fetch function. So it's a maybe cursor. which goes back to our fetch URL, which says if it's, cursor was after, I guess that makes sense, after that cursor. Maybe map with default empty string. So basically it's just adding that in. So I'm still doing a fair bit of manual management, which goes a little bit into, like, I've never defined like URL creation as part of the library. But that paginated wrapper has seemed pretty nice so far. And I think, yeah, it's exposed, so people just can pull it out. So a paginated of whatever is a maybe string, because this, I mean, I guess we've left room for an API not to be paginatable. Or actually, I'm not, maybe there's no cursor if, no pagination if it's the last thing. I'm not sure how that works. Well, total 13 probably need to be paginated anyway. But yeah, we pull out this extra field, we run the standard decoder, and our response is that and whatever we decoded from there. And right now I'm dealing with that on a case-by-case basis in the responses. Or in the event handlers. So I've only used that in one app so far, so I haven't like published it up to that library. It's a small helper, but it gets the coder out, I guess. I mean, there might be packages too, but it's like that's like a one file solution. Paginated APIs, fetching and caching of requests. Yeah, there's actually, yeah, there's several of them. Some of them might be forks. Results. Paginated, so you've got a response type. That might be a very similar thing. It doesn't show up here. Paginated.get. That sounds like you're assuming things about how the format's going to get sent. This might be doing a lot of the management for you. Request operation. Yeah, I mean, this might handle resending requests for you, which I guess would be nice. Well, it also means you can't break in and change things if it doesn't work for you. So that's a very high level thing. For fetching items, current page number, total count, and an additional data passed to the fetch command. Data is paginated, you need to make API requests. There's additional data you want to pull out the API response. Initial commands, config, and it's again ABC. Not the greatest mnemonic fields there. Okay, so extra data, so items total count. So this is a number-based one. So if your API works that way. Oh yeah, this is, well, total count was there. Oh, those are the items, that's extra data. So there was a total count in the Twitch responses. Maybe the pagination field is just one of these type holes. Oh, yeah, and this is like the visual section, so this is doing, if you want to do that, cool. There's a fair bit of stuff here. Is this going to deal with some of the display things? Actually, is this display only? Well, update data. Yeah, so this is a very complete one. Yeah, I don't know. I think my reaction, my initial feeling for a lot of these is do it yourself first, and then maybe look at using a library if that's close to the thing you end up liking, and it's just a more complete version of it. Paginated A, paginated list A, necessary to track pagination. So from list, map, change items per page, go to next, previous, last. Oh, so this might be just breaking it up into chunks. Current page, items per page. Yeah, okay, so Elm paginate, or JSCOMI, is just the chunking for display. Hmm. Seems to be missing something there. Swap API. Oh, is that? Yep, Star Wars API. Okay, example result. This one does not have pagination. Application, JSON schema, searching encodings, Wookie. Root. People. Okay, so, well, yeah, there was the example search, right? No, it needs to be multiples, I guess. Because that was a specific person. Do we just do... Oh. People? Count 82. Okay. So their next is actually an API URL. Well, I mean, hmm. Yeah, you'd have to spend a little time looking at the packages to see if they handled that. Because I don't know if they're like if they because it and maybe there's like just a method to transform something into the URL you have to pass. 'Cause I know one of them all seemed like it was doing the requests for you, which means it would make assumptions on the format. But I mean that's let's see. You might either need to use like the way I'm doing it, a separate fetch method, or you pass the cursor down and the thing that constructs URLs says, well, if it's a cursor, we just return that, and if it's not, we construct the URL we would have normally. Yes, okay, so this, oh no, this is Terry bit. Although I think this might be the same map change, go to page, Windows. Yes, I think this is for breaking up in a array, other than a list. Oh, that's pagination custom. You probably don't even fetch any things, do you? Yeah, okay. So those two are variations on the theme of we want to display paginated results. You have the full list. These are variations on fetching data, and I'd have to. I almost want to look at the code for these, or maybe example apps. Will provide. Oh, okay. So this one is for this style of API. Oh, but in the link header, which maybe this does also. You'd have to look at the raw responses. This might actually be happening in the backend, so I don't know if it's there's a get. Response headers. I don't see a link. So, unless there's a way. The final yeah. So this one, unless there's a way to accept that, this one will not kind of give you that full managed experience, it looks like. Oh, so then there's the one with the poorly named type holes. Did you have examples? There's a okay. There's an example. There's two full featured examples, which means you also have to find out the API that they use. Oh, it has the client and the server. This is a pretty big app, though. So I might want to pull this one down and do local search. So we don't have a concise example. Handle fetching new cases and caches already fetched data. The data that is being paginated. Need to make the API request. You want to pull out of the API response. So how do we make the request? Current page number. Get pager section, so that's some display stuff. Render a split pager, standard. Oh, bootstrap 4 classes. So there's some more assumptions on you. Is loading, has previous, has next, move previous, jump to, update data. Oh, maybe this doesn't do the actual requests. It's just kind of utilities for managing and caching data, and then handling pagination on your end with the results. Oh yeah, get pager sections. This might be a little bit more display side again. Now it does have the things you'd need. It's like your data. Well, I guess this is just so it's handy to have around. Like you pass in the thing and then your fetch method gets it, and then pull out of the API response or the thing you'd need, and then pull out of the API response to be like your pagination key. Wait, no, fetch commands. It's supposed to go to config. Request data, a page, okay, a page number and the items per page. So there's probably assumptions about the formatting of those parameters. And you'd have to dig into the example apps to figure out what those are. Yeah, so it looks like the existing packages, at least the ones by the name paginate, don't exactly meet that API's format. You could look at these. Was it this one? No. I lost it. So like this one, if depending on license and everything, would be really close. You could probably like do a fork of it that got the next URL from something else, and then it might be pretty close to what you need. Yeah, you can definitely look at them for ideas. And if you tweak this one to get its next page from somewhere else, it uh, might do. It doesn't even look like, I mean, just by the exposed method, it doesn't look that big, which also is one of those places where like, well, do I really need a library for that? We've got partial and complete. I mean, we're filling out some standard fields. Oh, okay, so this one's set up to fetch all the available pages, which may or may not be what you need. So if that's how it works, then that might be handy. There's a little bit of code here. Okay, and then here's the thing that pulls out the link, which you could replace with just a decoder. So this might be a good thing to look at it for that, like fetch all the pages kind of thing. Huh, I wonder, because you got the recurse thing. This might be yeah. So one interesting thing he's doing, I took HTTP to an event and then said, okay, well there's a paginate, so we're gonna send another command to get more. He looks like they do task chaining, so you get back one response. Only caveat here is that like if you got like partial responses and then an error, task chains like this will usually just fail with no data, if I recall. Whereas doing it yourself step by step, you can get partial data. So that's kind of how you want to handle things, or up to how you want to handle things. But yeah, this one might be good to look at. There was the other packages that handled the like on-screen pagination if you want to display it that way. Could be some inspiration, or you could maybe use directly if that's what you want. But yeah, this is close. If you want to use a package. All right, we were trying to figure out, okay, we were trying to restructure things to where we could. You're welcome. Easily attach a bunch of HTML stuff. Of course, one's definitely canvas. Oh, right. We had to wrap an arbitrary HTML element around our canvas, and we wanted to see if that worked. Let's see, where did release come from? Oh, was I actually defining the drag stuff here? No. Was it part of Boon chart? Okay, so I was handling the dragging here, which maybe that would move out. It's always just been kind of the closest place to where it was. And really it's just being defined here for convenience right now. Okay, you still have that here. So this just becomes... We just do absolute references. That's one down. When was a local helper? Mouse wheel. Oh. Okay, so for these I probably have... And that's why I was doing these other things as HTML. You didn't have decode. Ah. Oh, right. Ollie's on mouse things. Can go into straight little messages, which is a little bit less passing around of stuff. Model.onWheel. All right, now to see if that actually works, I'm basically gonna have to make a dummy event to pass for all of those. Okay, onMove, onWheel is a separate type. And we have to handle both of those messages. Well, no, I don't have to deal with types. If I don't want to. I'm gonna have two different types in. Now, technically, it still has event handlers defined, so that might... Yeah, we could remove that easy enough, I guess. Okay, so mouse wheel might have done a stop propagation. Of course, it's the first one. Okay, that's fine. That's, well, this has as many problems as it always has. Got a small window. Okay, so we can define events down there. Which would actually kind of remove some stuff from you in general. We could take all those arguments out. Which means that we could use the library that wrapped an element because this can be the element that's just wrapped around it. I think that you directly use the other library, so we're kind of stuck with all that stuff. Oh. Not directly. And so that triggers. Okay, so I thought maybe I saw something that said it was originally is a wrapper around extra touch. Do you have an undeclared dependency? Or maybe it used to be and now it's not? Yeah, you're just touch move, touch start, touch end. Unless it's HTML events.custom. That's just, yeah, it's just HTML events. Okay, so that's only one library. And it's defining the touch events itself. What? That's not in your dependencies. Is this like a new version? That says 1.2.0. This says 1.2.0. But it doesn't have that dependency in it. Huh? It's going to get cached somewhere, right? Is the published one different? Okay, this is all the local stuff. That's generated. Generated. Okay, so that's for test. Shoot, where is all the elm? Where is all the elm? That's a very different. So it seems like he rewrote it to not use that, but he hasn't changed the version number here. So maybe this is like. Oh, yeah. Allows you to pass child elements. Able to touch events on their UI elements. Okay, still open. So probably this is he hasn't versioned the new release that no longer depends on that. No, I don't want that change. I want the remove dependency. But it also hasn't changed in a long time. Remove old code, remove dependency, optimize, use vec2. Okay, well, now we've got linear algebra. I guess I didn't notice that one. Optimization. And at one point, I might have to figure out where, okay, so that was June 16th. And then you just never released the new version. So there's our listener config that's new. There's optimization. There's a whole other library for this stuff. So it added a bunch of dependencies, removed the dependency. There's a listener config. Oh, it got strengthened actually. Oh, we got a type variable. Okay, not immediately obvious what that does. So it might be commit stuff. Yeah, the end is not looking. Okay, I lost an argument. We added elm time. Maybe that was the example. Nope, we added time. Oh, and maybe we removed it. Maybe we removed something else. Hmm. Okay, well, I guess the only well, it means the reference isn't so great. Do we actually have this? But this is what we actually have. I don't actually know that it was left in a good enough state to be called, since it didn't get roasted, I don't know if it's a good enough state to be done. I might the example it's on. I'm gonna have to go back to the example that's current for this version if I need any help using it. Oh, I just kind of threw you at the end, didn't I? All right. So I don't think it changed that we have a touch model. Hmm. Well, this is an opaque type, so all we can do is pass it on. So that means that'll actually get received by you. Wait a minute. How? If I don't have the list of types. Oh no, you're okay. So we need a type to pass back to that model. And then these will actually be kind of coming in from the main app. Even though the rest of the mouse stuff is sent by here. It could be an empty list to start with. uh, this is kind of focusing. Oh, there's our zoom, there's our rotation. Model, oh, model needs the message type. Okay, so that'll type. In order to do listeners, we have to have messages. Which I suppose we should kind of tackle these one by one. The big one I was looking at is move, and then the rest, the pinch would be really nice. The message is float to float. And then our update has to handle that. I put this at the end of U, which is near this. Oh, and I have to set up updating for the model. Which means we need the touch message. The touch message actually kind of does come from the view, weirdly enough. Your update, touch message is a touch message. So now we have to handle that. Well, this has to have a certain format. I guess message would actually be a very bad thing to say here, because that's our main message. I mean, it's not wrong. Just slightly different wording than we were using. That's no. Let's just try again. Oh, it's a view dot touch message, like everything else here. This really shouldn't have any execution problems right now. All right, not using you, not using you, not using you, not using you. We're looking at that to see if they had them. We've kind of settled on this. Fingers int. So is this track N fingers, or maybe finger N. I think this is it, because then we have to do... this is touch move. And we already defined touch move, so... see if we're getting it. Wait, did we ever hook up the view? We defined the message, we never put it somewhere. Will this count as a drag? I guess this would end up counting as a drag. We'll have to work that bit out. The basic version, though, this is where it becomes a touch.element. But yeah, just being able to attach the listener would be nice. So regular attributes. Yeah, just an attribute function. Well, it might not be a single attribute. Even list of attributes, we could just append the list. And then you take a singular HTML, which actually works for me. This element call produces HTML message. Yeah. Oh, do I have to fix... No, touch message isn't here. Oh, do I have to define this here? Oh, this is a touch dot message. Maybe our touch model ends up being in one message type, and this event ends up being in another. Needs to be a function so I can pipe things to it. And that's returning. Wait. Where's the content? Do I just put a giant empty div behind everything? I guess I read that wrong. Width. I need more water, though. Be back in a bit. Oh, man. Yeah, that's totally totally overlapped. No clue which is which. And with only controller for precision. We did it! There we go. It's a landing pad. That's what we were looking for. Going up. You beautiful people. So, I guess that one's got to stay a ladder. Man, if they're on exosuit duty, it just takes so long to get back. And the problem is you don't get 3, 2. Welcome back. Okay. That's an interesting design. I don't know if that would be good for the rest of these event things. So, you actually go into HTML and you do your own thing. I guess this still needs an HTML on it because it's a basic HTML element. And is this going to be a behind? You are going to spend specific messages, so we have to identify that. Now I have to define sizes for you, though. Oh, you do some model stuff. You probably only use drag. Which probably needs to move. Ah, yes. Now this, we're probably going to have to go and do some sizing on, because now we don't even have these events. So, whatever we're doing to size you, okay. So mouse down, mouse up, mouse move. Now sleeve. Element.set capture. Oh, we've got the window, but oh, it's treating this as, I guess it would be a scroll in a standard. Okay, so the complication here, I'm getting dx/dy. My other API gave me positions. So I can't just drop in my old drag tracking. And I guess the point of that was to give me delta coordinates. So we have to write a completely separate dragging path. Which is going to be kind of a pain in the butt. Actually, this isn't just touch events, but... Okay, on mouse move is handling hoverovers. We're not going to deal with hovers on there. So drag to is changing our offset. So given a point, we have our current offset. As we do a drag by. If it was dragging from, well, I guess the start offset doesn't matter if it's deltas. So my entire dragging mode doesn't necessarily make sense here. Yeah, this is just we update offset. We don't have a dragging mode or anything. Model offset equals model dot offset geometry or model dot offset geometry dot add dx dy, assuming the units are the same. I can only imagine this. I don't know if it's going to get more complicated, but we've kind of got our other stuff in more of this format. Closing bracket. Okay, so the scroll was a little bit weird. So is set capture a thing you're doing? I lost the directory. No. Oh, it's Touch Simulator. Okay. That's a little janky, but oh, what happened there? I also had the scrolling thing at first. Oh, and then there's the whole, yeah, there's some ambiguity about scrolling actions. Which we can partly fix that with a bigger window. All right. Oh, an Android emulator. Okay, well, there's a Chrome plugin. Multi-touch zoom. Smooth zoom by scrolling and holding down the shift key. That's something different. No smooth zoom. Responsive design mode. Network throttling. Yeah, that's the web API. Turn 1 for the original event dot touches. Shift mouse clicking. I also don't have a listener for that yet. Oh. I guess I was thinking there might be a visual indicator. Actually, we really just want to look at this again. It's just a value. And of course, if it's positive as out, it's almost like a unpinch. Okay, no indicator there. That's still scroll wheel. So that's still shift. So shift is, I guess if they're treating it as a scroll or a pan. Is this a standard thing? No. Or maybe it's doing mouse move messages? Yeah, so that article is old. Shift, click, and dragging on desktop Chrome. Use mobile browser. I've never... That might work. Simulating DOM events. That does touch. Well, if it's actually, is it the touchscreen mobile version? Cool. Hmm. All right. Well, we can see if we can get here. Let's grab a new terminal, actually. What is it? ipconfig? I don't know if that's actually open. All right, Wi-Fi's not up yet. Any other options here? Emulate a touch device. Oh, maybe Chrome has to be turned on. Devices. Sources, network, debugger, global. Overrides. Oh, I'm still off the bottom a little bit. Experiments. Got shortcuts, locations. And a search box for this screen. Show media create show rulers, add device pixel ratio, add device type, capture screenshot. Not network. That appears to be some old information. Unless there's like shortcuts to do that. Hmm. Oh, is overrides in here? Developer resources. Layers media. I have no idea how old this is. Oh, bottom right. Well, yeah, that's kind of old, isn't it? Oh. In certain places, there's an emulation tab. Well, it's not here. '19 and above. Well, yeah, this is very old. Only works for one finger. All mouse events may be triggered by touch events instead. That's the opposite way. All right, let's see if we can get in here. Okay, we are... Oh, report for one. How do I type colon? Okay, that wasn't what I wanted. Thanks. Other symbols? There we go. 8,000, then slash. Okay, it comes up. What I'm not going to be able to do is see, okay. Not very high response, high frame rate. It does track, though. Can I see DevTools at all? I guess I could try to actually hook it up. I just don't know how to translate the pinch zoom units. So positive is up. We were getting a... Is it zoom? Well, okay. That's the approximate code. Oh, that had a point. So pinch zoom doesn't give me a point. Even though there would be a center point in the actual thing. I could look at the library, see if it's sending any other events. At a similar time. Create message delta. This is what it subscribed to. Goes through all the listeners. Well, maybe we also get some move messages, but that this... I guess I can just do center. No, I did this in stages because that comes in stages. So it would be something. I'm not sure if that's right. Okay, so offset doesn't change at all. Oh. Okay, it's backwards, but it works. Oh. I guess I'm going to have to reframe this to figure out what the current center of the view is. And the other thing I could do, there's the move fingers too. Or I guess I could. I can't see. I can't see my events. Um. Discover USB device. See your phone tabs and inspect. Okay. About phone. System? Oop. Where's the build number? Not apps. Are you decent at carpeting? Were I American? What's the past tense? I mean, I live in America, so I guess I'm American. Never done any carpeting. Oh, there's about phone. Okay. I don't imagine I'd be very good at it, having never done it. Okay. Uh. Well, yes, we do need to be there. But where is it? Oh, devices? This is emulated devices. Or is this... Maybe we don't have to enable it anymore? Can't find in here. Uh, did they add developer options here? Oh, okay, yep. Uh, okay. More tools, remote devices. How old is this? 2019? So this is a... Yeah. Oh, how about you? No, you're the same menu, aren't you? Huh. That's the sensors rendering. Also, do I even have a cable for this? No, not that one. Not that one. That might be it. Okay, well, so this is a nice little description. Uh, Unspecified. So it doesn't know what it is to really do anything with it. Console log in. So I guess we really need remote debugging on your desktop. I guess it doesn't matter what I am here. Chrome inspect devices. Okay, discover USB devices. Accept the device. Okay. So then we get you back to browser. Okay. I might not have any debugging in there right now. But we can get to it in theory. So the things we might want to look at, we know pinch doesn't give us a target. Now, I don't know, hopefully this doesn't throw us off here. Okay, still connected. Oh, yeah, that's dx dy, so we don't get positions out of it. It was a touch move. Okay, so that's just this library. If I want positions, I would attach my own event handlers. The sad thing is that the pinch, we basically want the 2 points, and to do the center, which is exactly what the other thing's kind of doing. Uh, and this is a touch move. It's dx dy. So even if I could do like fingers too, which I guess you would do to like detect a 2-finger swipe or something. Well, I could at least make it zoom from the center. I did I have some functions for that? Or was that in view? Chart center. Or is that chart center, or is that given a width and height? So that does all that calculations of where it would be placed. That doesn't suggest any scaling things, so that might be where our center point of the screen is. Oh yeah, focus on. All right, so we took the wheel, which had some stuff. Because it would only be from this point on, right? And instead of point, we did... Oh, nope, that's engaging... That was engaging system zoom. Yeah, so the redraws are definitely painful on here. And maybe having the debugger hooked up doesn't help any. But you can manage. Now, it's possible the SVG version would have been better, but it just had so many problems. I don't even know if I can hit these buttons. Yeah, I think that's a no on those. I can hit that one. Top buttons, yeah. We need the view settings and get the sizes better, or something. But that doesn't involve the special pinch gestures. I mean, I guess seeing how easy it is to actually hit would still be valuable. So we've got some basic touch support in there. The rotate would be an entirely different thing. We only support rotation of the chart around its native center. It would be something a little bit unique. And it's basically just right there. Did I define you? I didn't define you. With a rotate command, but they had to do a bunch of stuff to focus follow. This probably just updates our rotate parameter. Standard Elm angles radians. That's probably what we're using. Rotation equals. Can't really do anything with you. Okay, well, that's zooming. Is rotation with different numbers of fingers? Did I accidentally put the wrong event handler in? On rotate, touch rotate. Is the library doing the wrong message? On rotate. Create message. On rotate, create message. This is of two positions. Says it compiled. Well, I guess we need to go back to our console. Oh. We are getting, we're getting very, very small rotates. And oh, I have to recalculate. Which is just update chart metrics. Okay. Or it might be that the units are too small to be useful. Oh, that did something. It's the performance stinks still. And you get some pretty random zooms. Yeah. Well, I might need to use a more direct interpretation of the zoom values, because I'm probably getting lots of little small zooms that I'm always assuming is a full tick. The rotate's only going to be useful at high zoom. It would get really weird. It would be really wonky if you're zoomed in. So what kind of units is this coming in? Okay, those are some pretty big units. 254. That could be... Well, this is emulating a very large screen right now, I think. So we've been doing this as a factor. Whereas that's going to be like screen units. So that means it's going to be relative to like window width, window size. We only get a singular value from this, not the individual components. So we have new zoom, we have diff, which we have clamped tweak. Which is just based on new zoom. Min of model.window width, model.window height. So we want, let's see, so this is, so a tweak would be a smaller or larger value. That would be some factor of the screen width. What would that mean? I almost want to translate this into like a plus or a minus zoom. Although, I guess at small sizes, that's not great. You kind of want it to be relative to this current size. Why we're doing tweak as a multiplier. So based on the percent of the current screen size? So we get a factor that is, that's still plus or minus. And it could be more than one. Well, what is this? Okay, so that turns into that. I don't know if it'll be in order. Oh. Is it just too float? Okay, so those are very small positive values, mostly. I'll try to do a big one, 0.7. Oh, pinch 10. Pinch 10 becomes very small. I guess I could clamp it to something. And hello. Megger, welcome. And then we want to turn that into the actual tweak value. Or do we like, do we just multiply that by that to get a difference? Then you're kind of, well, you're a different kind of tweak. Okay. If we're going slow, that's pretty slow. So we're still holding stuff in at this point. Yeah, it's a little bit responsive to amount. Heavily lagged. I mean, I could try to resuscitate the SVG renderer to see if it's drastically different from mobile. I don't know if I could dynamically switch them easily. But it works. And for panning, maybe I could work it where it didn't have to re-render as much. I don't know. Okay, so we had gotten rid of the other factor as we were working there. Actually, I should probably limit the negative a little bit, because if that actually went to size 0, that would cause us some problems. But we have the basic event support. Oh, I didn't end up having to move these out, in fact. It is kind of nice to have all of the events outside, and then I don't have to pass them through. Or deal with any of this stuff here. So this gets rid of mouse wheel. This gets rid of... Did I already remove that from here? Client decoder. Oh, it was a general mouse decoder that gets rid of this from here. It might get rid of something else. That get rid of decode. That gets rid of decode. So that gets rid of all of these. We still have on texture. Basic touch event support. And so there's probably some utility in looking at this on here. I don't know. Let's see, actually, you know what? I closed that page. I'm going to have to look it up again. I don't know if we've really got enough time to deal with the scaling issues. Typical mobile optimized site. This is interesting because we do have some zoomability built in. They don't even define this here. Okay, that's metadata element, not meta attributes. Oh, maybe that's like name equals. Or it's like the content of viewport. Yep, yes. Not even defined here. Well, this is our basic one. Which has a lot of problems. So you need to be allowed to, well, you probably need to be, these things might need to be menus. So this isn't allowed to wrap right now. That probably needs to be at least a menu, and, well, it might actually be, actually be scaling itself appropriately. Yeah, so this scales itself appropriately to the height. It'd be kind of okay here. But in this orientation, you need to wrap or collapse. You need to stay smaller or collapse. This would actually need to wrap or something. This is, yep. So this is probably going to be more fiddling than I want to do right now. So you need to probably be optional overlay, because this would be a good size, this would be a really nice size to interact with it. If we go back to here, yeah, so that's a comfortable size. These things are actually hittable now. Except I just can't get to all of them. And that is indeed off the edge. So this would still have to like wrap or act as more of a, well, it would still have to wrap, I think, regardless. But that's definitely a comfortable hit size. And I think these were originally 40, which is like your kind of minimum button size. And then, however, this stuff ends up being, ooh. Okay. I was all focused on the movement. I'm gonna have to go to regular touch events for taps. And I guess we're depending on the other library. Which we don't technically need this yet. So we've already got this as an indirect dependency. Yes, we get a custom event type. Keys, change touches, target touches, list. On start, on cancel. Does this actually map to the... I guess it's a touch start event. We actually want to know about taps, basically, though. Actually, has this affected how you respond to this? Ah. Because we're listening to some touch events, I guess it has. So that touch library only dealt with moves. Could it give us a move of 0? Is that a thing? Okay. Seems to be not a thing. He was doing some... Well, he was actually in the process of changing how he detected... You're in a touch cancel event. Is this provided? You need to touch step force, not implement the package. Okay. The problem with touch start is we kind of almost have to duplicate some of the stuff from the other touch package in terms of collecting a click versus a drag. Of course, even with mouse stuff, like if I start dragging here, it will count as a click. So that would be comparable. All right, your attribute message. So this one bounces back to view. Hmm. And it had these as ons, which I guess it should be on touch message or something. You are, hey, look, you're a point two. Having defined that, this is gonna be very much like on mouse down, in fact. Oh no, this is their message type. Well, I could, I could map that out, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna treat this any different. Well, it's not a full-fledged decoder. So it's just a div. We've got our whole event thing. On mouse down. Oh, if we tracked the end event, yeah, if we tracked down and up, down and end, we could treat that as dragging. Actually, can I just use mouse decoder on this? Current points of contact regardless of target or change status. What was our example down here? Is touch coordinates your method? It's an example of map client pause. Oh, it's a maybe because there might not be any touches. What would happen if we just put touch start in here? Apparently decoding fails. Do I have any way to get that event? Seems like I had a way when I was working this out. Decode.map. Decode map 2. Let's see, so and then... Do we have decode and then? Yeah, you decode something and then you say, okay, we're going to do something else. The rest of it. Field blah 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 blah. Hmm. I don't know if I have any way around doing that. And we have to fully wrap this thing. And it's confused by indentation. Decode.and then. Oh, I'm not even getting a touch start vent. So that must not actually be what it's called. Okay. I guess we have to do it this way? Or our other touch package... Has it captured the... Has it captured the events? You're not an easy thing to undo here. Well, I guess we can do that. But you're an HTML attribute, aren't you? Yeah. Hello. Okay. So our other library is completely capturing the events. So we don't even get a swing at them. I mean, unless I just kind of missed something here. Oh! Well, or unless I reloaded too soon. Well. Oh, no. Maybe the other one took a moment to boot up? Yeah. And I mean, maybe we could get a precedence order going. But is that going to mess you up? Well, that's, okay. How about... my scaling went wonky here. There, maybe better? A while? And I wanted to change a bunch of stuff for 18 to 19. Maybe my first program was in 017, I don't remember. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to be messing it up too much. Unfortunately, well, it still counts as internals. And I can't like JSON did I have... Do I have... I do have the console module in here. Oh no, this is the other console module. This is the log module. We have a command with data. That's for a decode error. It's a code error. HTTP error. Command with data. Is this okay, debug, command with data. Command with data has an encode value. But I'm going to need a special thing just to get this back to someplace I can send a command from. So we have on some event. No, a decode dot value. It is boon. There's our UI. Event, none. Model log dot debug it needs to be a decoder, so we have to... Wait, so we do need a little thing in here. Oh, do you take both arguments? You... I got 3 instead. So you're supposed to decode to a message. Decode.map. No, that's not right. We map it to a value. Maybe it's... Oh, is it just... that? No. So we would want to decode a value, and we would want... I guess we still need a map call. What I was trying before. Maybe we need 2 maps. That's what I was trying to do that. Well, no, that returns a decoder. I guess we just need 2 maps. Maybe you're a pipe. No. Or I guess it should be like an event decoder. If we could do a comparable with this. Decode.value. Actually, before I did all of this, it was just decode.map. Oh, did I just have the and then decoder? Maybe I just had it wrong. Decode.map on event on a decoder of decode.value. Okay. Just had it backwards. There we go. Oh. So this is like a thing. We can't just use our existing decoder on. So given that we're going to have to deal with digging into a structure, maybe it would be worth just using that. Since we already have it as an indirect dependency. Event touch coordinates, which they exampled someplace else. Touch event dot change touches. So this would be like a touch decoder. So we're going to just get an already decoded event. Is it a decoder? The example here If I should define, oh, I was just going to use the mouse thing and see if it worked. But your actual function. Touch coordinates event. Which could turn into, or even, is it which to value? Now, a default touch at 0, 0 might actually not be a very useful thing, but that might just be kind of deal with degenerate cases. On mouse down. Oh. You had done this whole thing as that. I wonder, would that actually cause problems for you? Although you're under html.events, which we have to actually make this a public module. Oh, goodness. Import html.events.extra.touch. That would make that one code fragment work. If they don't step on each other. Oh, then we have to use what? Touch that on start. Touch that on start. An event to message. That will take an event. That will give it. That will tag it as the message. That might be blocked. Okay. Weird. It worked once. Is that considered as a never having a touch end? I'd swear Oh. I'm in drag mode now. So I guess we don't want to use mouse down for that. Well, if I did touch... If I did all of these events... course, that kind of takes over the entire touch move thing before. Excuse me? Now we don't get any of them? Also, why am I still getting... Oh, that was from the mouse decoder. But why did doing a touch end? Oh? Oh, does debugger not work in mobile view? I guess not. But... Alright, have I messed up? Okay, so this still works in mouse mode. We probably actually still have some touch events here, huh? So if we switch this back and reload... It's a lot of events. Oh, shoot. Is it a reload anyway? Let me change. Oh, no. I was setting mouse up and mouse down events. Maybe... Were they going to 0? That's a coordinate. Oh. Maybe they're in a different coordinate system. Boons, mouse down. Ah. All right, so if we click, we get something like that. Now we've got this whole scaling issue here that complicates things. Given this, that's not unreasonable. Okay, but... Did I put touch end again, or touch down again? Maybe you? Am I even getting you? Because that would leave us in drag mode. This could be a thing with the simulator might not be giving us touch end events. So we just need to have a different event that doesn't initiate dragging. Which is going to exact... Well, no, it's not going to do all the dragging updates. There we go. Now... Oh no, we're just scrolled off here. This is the thing we have to deal with on, and I hadn't even looked at on the actual responsive side of things. Well, they're a little small in this view. We've got a lot of things we need to work on responsive wise. Oof, still updating. Oh, do these not handle scaling properly? Well, the simulated ones do. Seems like they do not. Okay, so initially, we can do that. 264455. Oh. Maybe I reloaded too soon on you before. Wait, now did we lose it? Oh, there was a new one. Huh. Maybe we're just getting stuck in re-renders here. It's like it kind of comes and goes. Oh, what the heck was that about? And now it's fine. So it's almost like the page locks up. Is this like a certain half of the graph or something? No, there's the right side. Wait. We turned it on once. And now it's locked again. You know, it's the overlay blank. Maybe the tapping patterns are doing something in the browser that like switches what a tap means. Well, that was a big redraw. Oh, we're lost again. Yeah, I might have to try the SVG renderer too. I don't know how to identify which one to use, but the performance is pretty crummy here. And I have no idea what's happening with these touch events, but as far as I can, well, if I went farther down, no, I thought that we're getting a 0. I guess it could be the decode fails. Shoot, I removed the code that I had that was doing the event stuff. Which was what? Decode dot map on event. That was also the decode dot value. That was also HTML dot event dot on. Probably it's events. Okay, we've taken it over with this. Shoot, we only had trouble when we moved around, didn't we? Oh. Yeah, now it's not giving me events at all. So we clearly got some touch start events before. Maybe it's generating different ones? Huh. So the touch events from the package sort of work. Just binding to touch start doesn't. So what are you using then? Oh, you're doing some drag stuff. Why do you need ports for that? On with options. Just default options. It was just touch start though. HTML.events that, oh, custom is what allows you to do the stop propagation stuff, doesn't it? So I guess that means he's passing different options. Wait. Okay, because it's not interactive anymore. Duh. So that works in the emulated mode. But we get nothing here. Okay, the question we had was do we get an event that doesn't decode when it stops working? It's not as this is weird. I'd almost need something that did like all events. Of course, it might just be overwhelmed. But resuscitating SVG is going to be a major project in and of itself. How deep are we in here? Did a little debug thing. Oh, this. Yeah, I should have done an earlier breakpoint here. So this is kind of like not really good enough right now because we can't select things in a mobile interface. Let's see, we didn't have you there at all. Oh. Well, that probably didn't help. I don't know why it would switch from one to the other. Oh, we do have this behavior though. Oh, this is, did I back up to the point? No, we're not doing a mouse down. Now, maybe there's also a mouse down happening because of how it's emulating stuff. Okay, yes, this is sending a mouse down, so it's gonna get confused. That probably means it's sending a mouse up, though. We still do not get any touch event, though. Okay, well that works. The weird thing is, well, no, we had the touch starts working when we did this in this mode, not on the actual device. And if we use their touch start, well, we know what they're doing, right? Prevent default true. Oh. Decoder.map. Okay, so that does the EV. Tag EV is your event to message. Custom on. Oh, it's indeed a decoder of this. Huh, okay. Real events the custom. So right now, this decodes to the on event message to a value. Can we do like they did? And this would actually be a message. Effectively. So their options were false. Prevent default. False. Surely we added a parenthesis here. Okay, so we're just redirecting to there, so that's expected. I guess I missed the reload button. Oh, or no, it's just thinking. Okay, that was weird. And we are still not getting any events. So we got some events from the actual library thing. But I couldn't figure out why they were turning off sometimes. And we did have that extra touch start in there, which I guess could be messing things up. Oh, did I break something else? No, it's not responding to anything. So this is outside of... Well, there could have been other code changes. Well, we did too much stuff. I thought it'd be so easy to just go, oh yeah, we'll just do a touch start event. It's, yeah, that's easy. Really, it should be easy. I just don't know. There's some weird... Okay, so we've kind of got a debug.log. I don't know if on event is a really high value. Okay, that ended up being a little bit arbitrary. No, wait, I did commit basic touch support, right? I thought I did. Okay, so we moved that message, and we moved... Oh, that's right. So actually, it was just this. Oops. So we could have just left or stashed that or whatever. Confused myself there. All right, so under mobile, we have responsive. So what I was originally thinking of, and basic touch events. Strangely enough. We've done that one, which is one of my original annoyances. I actually wonder if... Nope. Why? Why? I had the thing I wanted, and you put me on something else. Yes, we can't move, but clicks worked. Well, this might be doing a little bit of dual mode stuff. So we were seeing the mouse down events also. Maybe that was the duplicate event handler. Anyway, I'm way overdue for lunch. That's when I'm usually on. I usually like to end up sooner. Doesn't always work. We end up getting into something like this that should have been simple and isn't. Otherwise, probably be working on this Saturday morning, and maybe if I feel like it sometime else. But thanks for watching. Thanks for the support from subscribers. Let's see, I'm not seeing a whole lot of code on. Bye-bye. No, I want to open a new tab. If you're looking for a place cool to hang out, Flip Switch is working on a puzzle platformer game. I have noticed some swearing there in the past, so be advised if you mind that. Otherwise, it's someplace cool to hang out. Someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.